everybody. Welcome on in, Rue. Welcome on in, Mr. E, and anyone else who may be watching too. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Last time, we got our next case and spent quite a good while investigating it. Where it is a peculiar case of two people, one person who heard the other person get stabbed and claims they didn't do the stabbing. Quite the interesting conundrum. Quite the oxymoron even with all this going on, but hey, we're gonna see. We gotta trust in ourselves to get to the bottom of this and figure out just what's going on. And overall, I'm looking forward to this. I am, and it's gonna be great, I'm sure, because we should be able to finish chapter 4 or episode 4 today. I imagine we will be able to. If not, oh no. However, before we continue on, I do have some input I must ask chat about. So as you all know, I've been doing my schedule of Great Ace Attorney on Wednesdays and then Xenoblade X on the other 2 days. And I was thinking of changing my mind and slipping Deltarune in on Saturdays. And the reason for this is there's a few reasons. First of all, obviously, it's a new release and I want to play it, but also Deltarune actually does hold a pretty special spot on this channel, being the third game that I actually streamed since I returned to streaming back in 2023. And I feel like if it gets streamed on Saturdays on the variety day, then that would be pretty fitting for it. Deltarune jump scare. By the way, Deltarune was released a day early, wasn't it? Am I not going insane? Wasn't it meant to be released on the 5th? Or I guess the 6th, depending on where it is in the world. But they said it would be launching the same time that the Switch 2 did. Like, I know it released today, but the impression I got was it was meant to release alongside the Switch 2, but it released a day early. Not that I think anyone is complaining. It released when Japan got Switch 2. Fair enough. Very, very fair. That is time zones for you. Oh gosh, it's crazy to think that, yeah, it's the 5th in Japan. Oh gosh, what a freaking time. Switch 2, y'all. I don't have any plans of getting it, but for everyone who does end up getting it, I hope y'all enjoy it. But yeah, I think I'll probably end up doing that. Welcome on in, Ordena. Also, have you been enjoying Deltarune Chapter 3, Rube? I assume it's been a lot of fun. And of course, I have the Deltarune soundtrack. I bought the bundle. So don't you all worry. More music will be added in due time. Missed the last case, gotta catch up. You only missed the first half of it, Reina, unless you mean the third case. But yeah, last stream we only got halfway through, so we have a lot left to do. You're on very difficult challenge on chapter 3, but besides that, you've completed chapter 3 already. Oh my god, you've been speedrunning it. Oh, damn. I mean, as long as you've been enjoying it, that's what matters. Your Australian buddies are talking about the Switch 2s today. Gotcha, mystery. Yeah. I just forget how early it can be with, you know, time zones and all that, but considering it was a Japanese release, it makes sense. No, Reina, don't worry. You still have another half, to get immersed into. Speedrunning you just played a lot? Well, it seems like you're very much enjoying it then, which is, again, very, very great to hear. I also assume the difficult challenge is related to the secret boss, but even if it's not, or whatever, maybe it's not a secret boss, maybe it's just, maybe it's some super secret parkour challenge like Laser Hell or something. I hope it's a lot better designed than Laser Hell. I assume it would be anyways. But other than that then, I think there's nothing else to say. Other than it's time for us to get right on into it. Episode 4, The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro, Trial, Part 1. Now, before we continue on, I'm gonna do something quite special. And that is, I'm gonna enable the Undertale redeem. But I am going to have its price for today because of how special of an occasion it is. So do make sure you don't waste this opportunity for lots and lots of Undertale. And some Deltarune, of course. Anyways, 20th of February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Well, never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? We're on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. Alright, let's go. I got it again once I finished streaming Doctrine at the new music premiere. True. Whenever I add more music. We'll see. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning! Ah, Mr. Natsume, good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression, but I really don't want to, but I really don't want to catch a worm. I tried desperately not to make a failing, but I'm so worried I couldn't catch a wing! And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. You all literary people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives! My whole future hangs in the balance! I'm too terrified to tremble! Really? Because I can feel the tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, locum student Mr. Nutholder Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. Looked like the opening night of opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Miss Susato? Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Von Zeeks? Is that right, Miss Susato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Von Zeeks is on the front page of every one. I knew it! Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Von Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. Oh, what a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But he wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. But the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appeared to be a mundane murder. That's the question the papers are asking, and they are all speculating various answers. Mundane! Mundane! It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us! Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught everyone's attention, but there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Welcome to Mr. Naruto Esquire. It's you! Me? Well, I suppose that is true. Both times it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! But please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruto, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive! Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience or skills or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end. I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruto Esquire! You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, you will always be on your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Mrs. Mikotoba Esquires! I am in your debt forever! I shall never forget this great kindness! Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense! The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once! Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yes! Oh, he is gonna kill me. This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. My second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma, because this time I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. '20th of February, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Is that the Grim Reaper, chat? Prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are truly a fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart had told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Susato-san. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Very, very true. A most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate, violent end. Ugh. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? Never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that mustached foreigner did the deed. Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Eh? Sorry? Didn't quite catch that. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zeeks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused and doctored a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, no, it has not. Regrettably, the kindness had not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of a most sinister act. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of the dreadful Japanese. Come on, let's get this over with me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hollow chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Period with his infinite chips and his stupid smug grin. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court inspector? You know, I just realized last stream I made the comparison of him being like Luigi, right? I should have given him the stupid Luigi Italian accent. Too late for that though. Victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose. I see, but her life is in danger. Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at the street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. And not long since stopped is known as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of blue, she is approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. The case file's been added. A file containing an overview of the case and details about the victim. She is found with a knife in her back and is currently in hospital, yet to regain consciousness. Young woman rendered unconscious following stab wound to the back. Olive green, female, stout build, early 20s. Pavement of Briar Road, east side. Rolly is there. The victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anyone would have been able to stab the poor woman. You had the scragged-looking Sosuke, I suppose. Common or garden jackknife, I'd say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. A large but commonplace folding knife, it was found lodged in the victim's back. So, nothing interesting. Just looking, other than the fact that there's no blood. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume. Well, we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems she's forced it in herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, you haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim. Yes. I love his hand raise. If theft and grievance had been ruled out as motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Did you arrest the man in spite of that in totally unjustified and heavy-handed way? Alright, someone out there has been hit by a glass bottle. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured this hollowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who's being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution called for your formal testimony. Oh, come on in, Neko. Thank you for the Undertale music. Happy Deltarune Day. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. Wait, what's 50% off? Neko? Oh, you mean the Undertale redeem? Yes, it is for today. Only today. That's a Natsume's arrest. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there's an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there's no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. There'd be a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident. Yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I'll take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. A photograph of the scene taken by a policeman after the incident occurred. A large knife can be seen thrust into the victim's back. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Well, that's certainly a knife in there. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, Forgive me, Lord Van Zieks, but the defendant is not denying everything as you put it. What are you doing, Mrs. Sato? To go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Have you heard of the hit indie game Deltarune? A free demo which you can play the first 2 chapters with no restrictions on playtime. I mean, it's alright, I guess, but at least the white dog is cute. Alright. Next stream, that will be the advertising, that your message has, Neko. Thank you for the message. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruto? Well, now that you mention it, when we visit him in prison yesterday, he did tell us what all happened. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and clapped onto the cold hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my cursed lodgings. A green overcoat. Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? The defendant had done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That did not mean he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There's nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there's nobody else who could have possibly stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. Ugh. You know what, Neko? Totally fair. They've earned it. Seems this cross-examination could prove to be a pivotal counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. After this cross-examination turn the tables here, it's our only chance. Mr. Natsume's arrest? Hold it! Light fog, you say? Well, like for London, you can see the opposite side of the street for once, not much farther though. That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes? Not on that expected Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I've heard that London is famous for its fog, but in my country, there's this whole, like, thing with these newfangled radios, going inside them and all that. They call it the midnight talk show. It's crazy stuff. But in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. How quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. I see. At this time of year, fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed, the other day, I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Oh, Susato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused. Visibility was reasonably good, and there'd no one else about but the victim and the accused. How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us. Ah yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right, one of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That's correct, ma'am. Then we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will, of course, call them to stand, should it be necessary. But wait a minute, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm aware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite, here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. Seeing the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. From behind, you say? That's right, as you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in critical condition, comatose no less. I'm afraid so, my lord. Yes, she's being treated at parts. It's helpful that she'd come around here before the trial started so I could take statement, but it wasn't to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client had been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Ugh. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Mr. Natsume's belongings? I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books. They were irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape he might have had before he even knew it was there. You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife in his woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes. Could be a number of old books he just bought. Seems he's on his way home from bookshop, it seems. The defendant apparently visits second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked from floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Mershchalm Street. As it happened, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end, which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this. A street map of local areas showing locations that are relevant to the case. Has been updated. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Could it? I don't get it. Yes, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being its location? I assume it has to be location, right? Ooh, hold on. Bourbon Books? Wrong bookstore! Wrong bookstore! Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe? Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes. Very well, not that I can see it being of any great significance, but please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, my lord, whatever you say. Can man be any more sardonic? Do we just get it over with? We're gonna press him here. You asked for the help of the famous detective Herlock Sholm to locate the defendant, I believe. Stuffin' nonsense. Sorry? That jerk in office, that busybody just comes and sticks his oar in whether we ask him or not. But according to what I have here, Mr. Sholm was shown to the scene by Scotland Yard detectives. Well, that was nothing to do with me. The lads at the scene must have done it without my permission. I tell them time and time again, whenever something happens, send a word to the headquarters, then follow your bloomin' instructions. I see. If that meddler gets his hands on any details, we'll all be reading it in Rain magazine next month. And you can bet your last of farthing that I'll be in there too, stripped of all my hard work on the case. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. No, Mr. Sholmes. Aren't you clever, Mr. Sholmes? That's all the things I'll be getting. I just saw his face and my concentration was immediately shattered when I saw his wide eyes. That's all the things I'll be getting. Inspector, the man is proving detrimental to the yard's activities. Perhaps I should step in and deal with him. It appears Inspector Gregson is lost for words. Yes, the Reaper's words carry a lot of weight, obviously. Anyway, the point of this, that little Japanese book's already admitted it. He has admitted that those books all over the pavement at the scene were the ones he brought that day. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? If you're unable to sway the jury during this cross-examination, I'm afraid that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed. Yes, they're sure to find him guilty. So one way or another, I have to expose an undeniable inconsistency with the inspector's testimony. Alright, let's just get this over with. Objection! If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It is issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of the 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused's room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume. Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Eh? What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the keys would have known about it. But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question, and this receipt proves it. Yes, for what difference it makes? Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here if that might be of help. Yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. The defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books. Then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he's actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out to be that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. That right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely, it could absolutely be right. Of course, the bookshop's gonna be like right next door, isn't it? Inspector Gregson, where's that your books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. It turns out that your books, just here on the next corner of Mearsham Street going east. Google Maps information has been updated in the court record. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. I mean, he still could have taken an alternate path. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown the way he regales us with such witticisms. He literally just handed us the circus card. Your future career in the circus. Oh, you put that glass down now or I'll put it down for you. Opinions on Van Zeeks. He seems cool. About the same as every other prosecutor, but a little more sane, I think. But also a lot more mysterious as well. I'm liking him though, and of course, welcome on in, Panquill. Didn't think I need to spell it out, but here we go. The accused was coming home from your books instead of Borburn books. There's no doubt he'd still have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Ugh. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Wanna check, when was... 4:45, 15 minutes, yeah. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Ah! As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What did I say? Hey, I've had enough of this now. Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, then the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. Oh, she's absolutely right. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. He claims Sasaki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but... Glad to see I'm liking character and totally agreed Van Zeeks is saner than Seigoda or Francisco would physically hurt the defense. I don't even mean just that. You're not wrong. First of all, you are not wrong. The fact that he doesn't yeet his chalice towards us is pretty rad. But also, he does seem a little less committed wholly on winning necessarily. At least based on the previous case, it does seem like it does matter to him if things are strange in a case. But who knows, maybe that's just because it was strange against his favor. But yeah, points to him for not actively trying to slay the defense. Going on, life goes on when you're playing Drop and Fuse. If only it was easy to land a job as it was in the Persona games. Nobody's applying, they say. Something like that, anyways. Okay. I mean... I guess... The thing is, right, is that he could have gone the other way, but according to his own account, he was following the witness. Oh gosh. You and you're applying for a job and your opponent is a random high schooler from Tokyo with a funny name. I know, right? When I see Joker, Persona 5 as the person sign up, I have to wonder what poor parent named him that. We're just gonna roll with it, I guess. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings. But Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. The defendant used the streets. Look what happens. He arrived back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked. Talking back to a clown is fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. Ah. On cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and ended the obvious perpetrator of this crime. But, yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself, admits Natsume, which road he took home. I've already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. Well. Yeah, Von Zieks overall seems like he's just a lot better at cutting off escape avenues than the other two, who just kind of goes, they make him straight up assertions and just roll with it. We love Edgeworth though, although I don't think anyone will ever be able to stand up to the prosecutor Edgeworth. That's right, the bloke seems to, as I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day with no exception, he says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. So, I mean, then it's very valid that he did take the long way around. I don't believe this! If he is wandering, then that only proves our point that he could have done it. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Von Zieks is more like Von Zoink Scoob. Like Zoinks. Scoob. Zoink Scoob, we've gotta get cleared for this murder. Like, we didn't do it. Yeah, I think Gregson's the culprit. I know. I feel like he's imposter Luigi. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? Don't tell me we're gonna have a summation examination already. But even if that's the case, the defense still... Oh no. 5, 6... I agree with Lord Von Zieks, politely and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean we members of the jury are completely convinced now? Very well, in that case, I hereby call the jurors, or all members of the jury, each present your findings to the court. Isn't it funny how Mr. L and Luigi have never been seen in the same room? Nah, I think that's a stretch. As they say, I think that's cap. I'm sure that there's got to be some instance of them being, you know, side by side.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Well,
Guilty. Guilty.
that is awkward. It appears the jury's leaning is unanimous. Insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. It's a not Hodel. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around somehow. Those are the eyes of Quarry, not yet willing to give up and die. I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Right to the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will. But it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncussed refusal to throw away in his alley. Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you'll each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Oh, come on in, Cyrus. And so it begins. Judicial findings. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? If he said that to a woman in green cloth before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim. Man wouldn't have gone around the house on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books, yes. Nice shop, that. But Bourbon books, no, not worth a visit. With only minor exception, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. In the stabbing occurred, only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself had admitted seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Now, whenever they say Nipponese, it feels like we're being called a slur. I mean, here's the thing. It is a normal word. But I do definitely agree that the way that Zeeks uses it makes it feel like he's using it as a way to degrade us since, not from Britain, so calling us learned Nipponese friend. I think it is a way for him to look down on us. They do use a slur in the Japanese version. Okay, yeah, so that impression is right. It's not a slur out of context, but in this context it definitely is. And also, that's wild. He has admitted seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict the man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Oh, why do you have to run away like that? How are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? It's impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue. Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Theft of localization is a way to look down upon Japanese people, yes, but they definitely tone down racism and localization, hence no slurs. Yeah. The fact that the original actually does use it is crazy. The localization, I understand why they wouldn't commit, but it is a bit of a shame. Yes, my lord. Yeah, they definitely kept the energy, which I think is what matters most. You can definitely tell. Alright, I just need to keep this trial going whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it! Alright, now's our chance to turn the tide! Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. I actually don't know immediately. So these do seem like they're wrong, so let's try focusing on the other 4. It is the 18th century, that is very true. And yeah, random Undertale and Deltarune song. We're doing a special today. Since, you know, Deltarune release. Okay, what do I pair? The 5th and 6th ones are useless. I think I'm a coward, but I think we pit 1 and 2 and then 3 and 4.
Objection!
The two statements clearly contradict each other. No. Damn it. Well. Man, okay. So it's not that. So is it just the other way around then? He already admitted it himself. If he said that woman in green classifies his eyes, why it can only have been the victim? Maybe we do pit these two against each other. I don't think the last two are relevant though, especially the 5th one. Sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. But I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective. I agree it's irrelevant of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Well, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume of anything. That's something. We must use that to advantage, Mr. Naruhodo, cunningly. Yes, you're right. Let's listen to jurors again carefully. And if any of their assertions are at odds, I'll pit them mercilessly against each other. Yes, hold back. Don't hold back. Pit them all against each other. So I guess the woman in green clashes for his eyes. I think we pit 2 and 4 then?
Objection!
Oh gosh. What is it? Okay. I'm clearly not thinking very well enough. I don't know. There's a vagueness between those two statements. I feel like I'm missing something so blind right now. I don't want to just brute force this. The man wouldn't have gone around the house on his way back from the bookshop. Not in winter. We said that a woman in green clasped before his eyes. Why it can only have been the victim. I guess I can press statement. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I just realized that I can even press them. Like, the frame you sent that. Excuse me, but aren't you? Yes, that's right, I was in the witness stand myself 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face, or side of it anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right, after the gold rush down under, I came to London to work. And it is all going swimmingly until you started bossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals. Oh, well, you know. Water under the bridge. Now there's all sort of rumors buzzing around. All the police have been badgering me nonstop. If I could turn back the clock. Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. And free to make up my own damn mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Ah, thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind given our awkward history. Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now.
Hold it!
You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite, that's precisely my input. Clearly that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Nipponese with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. Let's not forget, madame, the defendant vehemently denied attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he admits stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly claiming the woman simply clapped before his eyes. But if that's a lie you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign, who say what goes through your funny little minds. I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I do declare the man has already made that admission. He himself has said there's nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could have possibly committed this awful crime. Ugh. No one else could have done it, then the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you are too kind, my lord. That went well. For her. Man, he wouldn't have gone around the house on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. And he's too much of an airhead to consider taking the short route always. Like, yes, oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean? What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seemed to me that what counts is whether or not the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that is true. And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Thank you for the cardboard pipe. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yes. Why is this all true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went to home along Briar Road. I'm supposed to be convincing you here. I've given it a lot of thought, you know. I just didn't make up my mind on whim that he did. And if there's some logical reason why he might have gone Calabash Road way, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honestly, I would. A reason why Soseki-san might have taken the longer way home. Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway the young man's opinion with that one. Idea? What if I pit him against him? For the good reason. We'll press, but that's my idea. Whatever the matter, young man. You're the wife of Mr. Garydub, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume's room? The master's wife. Where did you get your
what
ideas,
a bunch of jokers.
These are a bunch of jokers. This jury is crazy. Is having an affair? Please, no. The master's wife, where did you get your ideas, sir? And the maid, you understand? She's keeping up that charade? Oh, this is gonna be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday, that you'd be selected for the jury in the trial, I mean? Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. As it was in the letter I received, the instructions were very, very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodgings in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that's right. Although he'd only been in a little over a week now. And in that time, surely he must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this? Based on what she said yesterday? Yeah. Oh my goodness me, yes, he's just the sort. What? Spending all his time in the dark, dingy room, sporting that unscrumptious mustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear, poor Natsume. How could such people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm, nothing more. Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, I'd better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already.
Hold it!
The man's life is online here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's online too, and so's my family's. Ah, like if you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning and find out what need be doing. I feel late and work's taking it tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipe burning left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's hard slog from dawn to dusk it is. So you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence. That's right. Merschaum Street it was. Merschaum Street? On the map, Mr. Naruto, there are only 3 named streets. During number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do it then. And that happened, digging up merch from street from dawn till dusk. So if I understand correctly, you're a day laborer and you're doing road maintenance that day. That's right. Like I said, you get a lot of burst gas and water pipe during underground in the middle of winter. It's the only time of year fellas like me can actually make a few bob, and I'm missing out today. And when you say from dawn till dusk, well, work had been completed within days. See, no coaches or pedestrians can pass while it's happening. I wonder if I could trouble you, sir, to mark this on street map, the exact location of the works you are carrying out. Give it here then. Let me have a look. Right, let's see then. So he would have known for a fact. There are Merschaum Street. Yes, it's just here like. Tidy dig, I can tell you. We had to get through all the drifts of snow that had frozen solid. At what sort of time did you finish the work? Well, we started in the morning and we can't have finished before gone 6, I'd say. No, it stopped coming down, but it's long past dark for sure. That means the roadwork was still going on when Miss Green was attacked at around 5 o'clock. Roadworks on Meerstrom Street, huh?
Hold it!
Sorry, fold it, you say? Fold what? No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of tea. That's my daily routine, you see, same thing every day, including the days you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see, same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. It's before 5, you say? Oh. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, no spake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry, not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on ice and donked my head. I was always worse after snow stopped falling that. That's when it's most slippery. I just realized he has a big gray coat. Not gray, green. He has a big green coat. Oh no. I can see where this is going. Oh my god. So it's worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Sorry, extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now. It sends a shiver down my spine. Alright. This is crazy. And that was at around 5 o'clock, you say, the same time as the victim was attacked. I don't know anything about the girl who was stabbed, but my dinner's on table at the same time every day. And for the record, could you please identify the precise location of your fall? Goodness, it was eons ago. I'm not sure I can remember. It's 3 days ago. Try dredging your memory. Please. Well, let me see. It was especially slippery up around about... Ah, yes, I remember now. It was just on the corner here. What happened to you then? Were you alright? Well, you don't get too many people down Calabash Road, you see. So there's no one around when I fell, no one around when I knocked myself out, no one around when I came again, no one around when I sneezed. So I picked myself up and went back to my nice warm house where my grandchildren were waiting for me. A sad and lonely picture you paint, sir. You're fortunate not to have frozen to death. Yes, how lucky that he wasn't more seriously injured. It would sound like it was very nearly another hospital admission. Or worse. Ah yes, one more thing. Were you wearing that same green overcoat on the day in question? Absolutely, it's the only coat I have. It took until this morning to dry it out properly. Good job, too. Or I'd have nothing to wear here. So count your blessings, I'd say. Ho ho ho. I suppose we should. This gentleman certainly had a close shave there. Oh boy. Alright, so I think we know what they're doing. Pitting juror number 2. He said woman in green clasped up before his eyes. And then I stepped over that evening myself on Calabash Road and knocked myself clean out.
Objection!
There we go! Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2, juror number 6? My, whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he had no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are all aware of this. The poor young woman who stabbed, obviously. Can you really be sure of that, madame? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there's somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Oh my. My goodness, you mean. That's right. I'm referring to, of course, too hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today? That's entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. My goodness me. Sorry, you need a pee? God damn it. And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken long route back to his lodgings. If that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not his way home. Oh my. You idiot, old man, if you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this hours ago. And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it? Hold it, my lord. I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... Like change your leaning, I presume. I do declare that I would. I shall like to call for a verdict of not guilty. The metal pipe says so, thank you. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind, is it? Well... Alright, the tide's turning. That's what Van Zeeks is hearing right now. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. That was wonderful. Well, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least. It's strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. And Zeeks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent by whatever means we have at our disposal. Thank you, Counsel. On with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. But it could have been the old man in the green that the defendant saw. I had to call him not guilty, it's only right. Man wouldn't have gone around the house on his way back from bookstop, not in winter.
Hold it!
I want to check with him, see if there's anything else. No coaches or pedestrians. Alright, so I think I pictures, oh my gosh, we got sand jump scare. Alright. We got the 1 in 100. Yeah, I think we picked 3 versus 5.
Objection!
There we go. The two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, Counsel. Explain yourself. Your 200 keys. In another castle, Neko. Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. Eh? What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Mersacham Street, making it impassable, which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Mersacham Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Yes! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may? Yes. I don't think I'm in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. How's this gonna go horribly wrong? What about you, sir? Who, me? Well, alright then. There's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in, that's what I say. Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The ayes 2, noes 4. So the noes have it no guilty, they say, which means we no longer have consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue. Oh, here we go. But it seemed churlish of me to drink from my hollow chalice moments after raising an objection, only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy, Lord Van Zeeks. It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Eh? Whatever do you mean? I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed, stalwart juror member number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir. That's right, took me all day and they paid me immediately tuppence for it. Now my learned Nipponese friend, tell me, do you have any notion of distance that 2 yard represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no. You finally did that really difficult thing you mentioned at the start of stream. How's the case going? First of all, congrats. Second of all, what do you think of Deltarune Chapter 3? Third of all, oh god. And fourth and finally, going well. I foresee my voice exploding in the near future, but we're making progress. But honestly, I don't have a clue now. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters, that's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you pertain to erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. Hillcrest would have had a hope of passing anyway, and we just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Did not disappoint as another Toby Fox classic as in a masterpiece of gaming. That is awesome to hear. Just jump right over us all the time, but he was carrying books. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. Had a little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2 yard trench in his meandering around town. Didn't find like so you fear you missed some stuff. Oh boy. Huh. Is that true, is it? Then incontrovertible truth is that book just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to the lodging, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Ugh, crushed in a single sentence. An old man! Old man, you can talk! Did that around 5 o'clock on the day in question you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there suspicious looking Nipponese behind you at the time? I can't say I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You said it was this old man that you saw, but I'd lay 1,001 against you being able to prove it. Ah! Ordar, Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. My lord? If you had such trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury so readily swayed. Ugh. But hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. So my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Its next witnesses. Mr. Naruhodo. Do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that they're eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember one of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter who Van Zeeks bring to the stand as his witness, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent, and I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over! Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Oh no. Constable, Rolly, beat, sa! Nothing to report on street, sa! I miss a bait. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say that I'm this young tan hero's wife. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. Me. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey streets, check that meters are reading true. Should you fall for a Discord scam and pay $5 so you can have cat next to your name asking for a friend? Yes, Neko, definitely. Always get the creature. Oh god, Undyne's here, chat. Averagely flaunty of a patrol officer. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like police duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago. But goes without saying that policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. And when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London, Bobby is a man of honor. So true, Neko. Worth it. A man of slumber. One day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it Rolly? Constable Rolly Beat, sir! Nothing to report on street, sir! What a great witness he's going to be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now. You'll tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir! I don't think he's okay, chat. Witness testimony. Oh boy, what the witnesses saw. It was our wedding anniversary. Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There's no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. And then the others scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then we went for help at the nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Raleigh and I both saw him as clear as day. Oh no. Thank you, you shall name them complex motives. Let's go. Oh dear. This policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. Their testimony is true. The alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed. It's death knell, in fact, because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate beach hunting, and on your wedding anniversary too. Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Posh life in London Bobby sound very hard indeed. Indeed, however, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of those witnesses is a policeman, no less. I'm sure you appreciate the gravity of the situation. Oh no, chat. Because that man's so tired his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble, counsel for the defense. Commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Alright, let's see if he ever reacts to any of these. No time change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Miss B? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can you? I think Raleigh looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It sits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling? What? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, really, I much prefer you in your uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, sir, yes. Although I tried to draw, to be honest, after spending an whole day on my feet. But placing my life, sir, as long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? I want God, sir, proof that I'm London copper, sir. It had the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all of us policemen and of our sworn duty, sir, to patrol the streets of London and uphold the peace of the common man, sir. Sir! And for such noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without grumble, because I know that the plotting of my boots is all under need to hear them to feel safe and secure. So fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But just on that one particular day, I'm looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Miss Beat puts up with Lord being married to a puppy like me. I want to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top. And then, kindly describe what happens next.
Hold it!
Two silhouettes. That's right, they are coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There's a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. It does sound exactly like Victim had pictured in this. And like Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately it does. And you're certain that at the time there's nobody else nearby? Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There's nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Yes, that's right. Of course there's light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight, and when you could see... but Briar Road is dead straight, and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. Ugh. Before sleep takes firm hold, your answer please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? Yes, sir! As a copper, spend all day, every day keeping watch on streets, I swear to it, sir! I'm sure I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, Raleigh. They're still maintaining there's no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. Beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation for the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? Alright. Scattered something. What do you mean by that? Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? Oh, yes, that's right. There's some old books. I see, old books. Yes, sir! The culprit had dropped a number of them all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print. A rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed. Let's not forget that it remained to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him, it was the man in the dock without question, sir. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the snub nose, everything! Any more insults than you'd want to throw in? That's right, he looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying intense eyes, and then suddenly threw his books on the pavement and ran away. I see. It's tough, they seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that its unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please continue. Yes, sir!
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? Huh? What? Ah, yes, that's right. I asked Miss Beat to go. I was off duty by that point. But Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean by the right police box? Do you mean like the ones that are big and blue? Something, maybe even something borrowed in blue? Depends on the crime location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat, so I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat of the incident fell under, so she could go and report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know. And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens. Oh, please, you're making me blush. Isn't he, darling? Yes, sir, what Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we?
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by light of gas street lamps, would you? We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Right. The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Ah, yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe, but it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? Constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why I can tell you for sure and that it was the little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? Huh? What? Ah, yes, it was the accused and no mistake. Mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable! Ha! As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It is Soseki's son they saw running away from scene of the crime. Is that it? That's their entire testimony? Too much Shaw? Not enough Shaw, in my opinion. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they saw that day. And Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. If that's true, where does this leave us and our cardboard pipes? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no, then what do we do? If Cosmo somewhere here... What are you trying to say? I think you would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal, calling that in question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them to make the jury doubt if the apparent memory of the day is accurate. Oh, right. Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in the statement somewhere else. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Oh, why do I always seem to be so up against it? Mr. Lois, sir, can I ask you something? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... Seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. What? No, it's not really that. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could do the names of every single one. Every single one. Do tell. And you dare question how reliable my testimony is? That will do, Miss Beat. No, it won't at all. That Japanese lawyer had no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, I don't think for a minute that really will. You probably couldn't care less. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. But perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss Beat? Might that appease you? Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely, wouldn't it, darling? Alright. 4 books he dropped at the scene. Were there 4? Only 3 there. And only 3 there. What does that mean?
Hold it!
Yes, we know that there are books dropped at the scene of crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop on the day in question. After I'd been to the police box for a pipe, well, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I am a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Raleigh. And what was your husband doing at the time? Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know, ever so hard, don't you, my darling? Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Miss Beat, seeing as you've regaled the court with tales of your part of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene? I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There's the picture of Monsieur somebody or other, and What's It Yearnings. Then there's a meal for someone, and the last one was definitely the thingamies or something. You see? Yes, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory. Oh well, they're along those lines, I'm quite sure. There were indeed books found out seen with titles along those lines, as you put it. Well, what did I tell you? I think it very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling? Well, anyone who upsets my position will have me to answer to. Why does he have a pistol in the courtroom? Terrifying. Yes, she really is. Alright. Well, we already know there weren't 4 bucks at the scene. Or at least he didn't purchase some. So, you're saying that there are 4 books? That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur somebody, what's it yearnings, a meal for someone, and thingamy something. So, there was a missing book? I'm sorry, Miss Beat. But there's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no, what flaw? Simply that, at scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4! Which we can also see here. This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant brought his books. Your books? Yes, and details of Mr. Natsume's purchase that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Only 3, but no, that can't be. If I remember seeing them. There are 4 books, I tell you, 4 dirty old books. Oh really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books. But I just don't believe it. I saw them there, I swear it, I saw them! Madam, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. That cannot be denied. That though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken! Oh no, oh no, oh no. No! Objection! I knew it was coming. Plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. The fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. Though you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies, would that be fair? How are they inconsequential? He sees right through me. Were you planning if someone recoiled against you? What are you talking about? Quite simple. Let me explain with the toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every aspect. You see, the matter's not up for debate. As seen on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right, only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say... Allow me to present another one that shows victim's hand. Of course. But we still have the receipt. Blind Pride. It's damaged. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. As you'll observe. The 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No. Order! Order! Look, you see, look at that. Look. Yes? Just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let's study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Beat the child once again, if you please. Oh, yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other. Picture of Monsieur Nicole. What's its yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for Gabriel, in fact. And the court had just heard the witness remembered the book title flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Miss Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Raleigh? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia's flawless, sir. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Miss Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? Not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belonged to the victim. Victim was holding her own book? I wonder what became of that 4th book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigation officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that in the aforementioned photographic print to court, please, Counsel. My pleasure, my lord. A second photograph of the scene taken by policemen just after the incident. It specifically shows the victim's hand. A book entitled Lion's Pride discovered in the victim's hand at the scene. So the book there is damaged. Let me see. It is a book entitled The Lion's Pride. I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all, so it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I've heard a book by that name before, and very recently, too. Style I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, look at this. You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages. What terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire? Why did that seem to raise a red flag with me? A book entitled The Lion's Pride discovered in the victim's hand at the scene. The back cover is badly burnt. Prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend, but your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but vain. The spurious longer route to the accused lodging that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile. I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat! Marry me, Pat! So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions, should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty. Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all the evidence. This trial has run its course. Ms. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we're in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, it could very well make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think what you know now. We don't have a choice, do we?
Objection!
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There's no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed, for a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh. Oh, gosh. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you'll have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo? One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Mrs. Sato, please. Very well, pray what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court had been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to note their leanings in a moment. And of course he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Let's see. Well, we know where this likely came from. I keep looking at this book, and every time I can't believe how badly burnt it is, and I can't believe what terrible waste it is. When I look at the damage, the more I'm sure it must have happened very recently too. Book damage very recently. Yes, I understand, and thank you, Mrs. Sato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let this go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight to this case and hitherto been overlooked. The fourth book, right? The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photograph print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand. We have already discussed the fourth book at length because the fire happened. The fire happened at the same time as you know, that whole thing. Other than it being the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance had been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained hitherto uncovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You'll identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case which the fourth book conceals?
Got it!
I'd ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you? Good gracious. It's been burnt to a crisp. And so we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? This is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Were I To concede the point, if it bears no relation to case, there's nothing to discuss. So should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day, pray do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? A charred book. I know what it is. I just have to make sure I present it right. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance certainty, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer than cancel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that this, that you can ascertain from fire damage this Tritone has, suffered? Its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon, but we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hands as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, and to the question of who the book really belonged to as to where it originated, the defense had very credible answers. Alright. At this point, we're over the 2-hour mark, but I don't know if we're gonna get a to be continued soon. So, I'm gonna call stream here. Or not stream. First half of stream here. I'm not calling stream here. We're only 2 hours in. I'm not streaming that. I'm not ending it that early. But I do need to go on break. So thank you all so much for watching. I'll be gone for 10-15 minutes. That's usually how it is. While I'm away, some ads will play, but those are just to get rid of pre-rolls and you won't be missing any actions. I appreciate the understanding, and when we come back, we're gonna assert just who this book belongs to. So thank you all for watching, and I will be back shortly. We are back. Thank you for the cardboard pipe. Let's do this. Good gracious, how can you possibly? Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do you remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. We might get burned regardless. Counsel's defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of the trial. Who do you claim is owner of this book? Do either of these work?
Take that!
The answer is that the book belonged to the couple who owned the house where the defendant has his lodgings. Okay, either one could work. A certain Mr. and Miss Gary Deb, the landlords. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but... Of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Miss Gary Deb herself. Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Gary Deb's wife. I'm his maid. It would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Gary Deb's house? I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps there.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. The woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hardworking member of the public. You best merge her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable. It is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Miss Gary Deb's house. Good lord, what sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord! Right, say it was. It happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride. Once again, popping in because spoilers. Hope stream goes well. Alright, well, thanks for stopping on by, Artie. I appreciate it. And stream is going quite well, I would say. By Jove, that's the same title of... That's the subject of this debate. Oh, dear me.
Objection!
This is risible. I've told Gordon that book by the same name was involved in a fire, in which case it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. Entirely unreasonable to infer that Messenger moved itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was a marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Miss Gary Deb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Gary Deb even amid the flames. Oh, how awful. I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love, can you, Raleigh? Absolutely not, sir! My Patricia would never raise a finger at me, sir! Had all my favorite old novels in that case. But since the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Then I started hurling things at me. There he was, back up against the window under heavy enemy fire, incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. Man had his back up against the window. He had burning books thrown at him? Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No? A thorough investigation of surrounding area conducted the very evening of the incident. Then there's a report of Gary Depp's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited Gary Depp's household. But it is not conceivable that the window was open at the time. Not even remotely. Let's not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No lender would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Here's the thing, I don't know why he actually went with that, because the logic here is, how did the book get there? If it is thrown, that doesn't really change much. But if someone had it, if that book was burned at the time of the fire, which is the same time as the incident, it means that book had to have been placed after the victim already collapsed, which calls into question the entire scene, really. The defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel. Recently claimed that the book found at scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Miss Gary Depp's wife. I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. I spent money. That is every person ever, I think, Neko. Except people have gambling addictions with real currency. Hey, nice, Neko. Gambling paid off. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward, a mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little tip set the whole neighborhood all alight, honestly. Complaining that I'm merely posing as made for appearance's sake, how could you? Nothing to do with this beastly case, none of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. You know what, Neko? Touche. Your impulses are very complex. I assure you that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponese spouting his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could have possibly stabbed the victim, that little hunchback with a mustache, and he ran away from the scene too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry, what's that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zeeks? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... Oh, damn. Books are your predilection, my learned friend. Study them on your own time. What, no forgive the discourtesy this time? And in that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now it's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Mrs. Sato, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting. Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You can still convince jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance. Need journey together be restocked since it's your favorite of the recent sets, and you want Iono cards. I hope they do, Neko, and I hope you get those Iono cards. You deserve them. My lord, the defense asks to exercise its right to summation examination. Do you believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. There's no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Oh boy. Trial Part 2. I've considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury, and I've determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury's ready, Mr. Foreman. We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. The jurors' contentions. The accused left behind evidence at scene didn't need those 3 books of his. If there is some novel alternative explanation about how his victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. And if the one was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Maybe it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening even with a direct hit. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. Come think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. Considerably more tangible arguments from all the members of the jury this time round, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. The court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as though the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. Failed to see how it can be argued any other way. That means I'm afraid that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? That woman and how? Those 2 details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and method by which the attack was conducted. Third, thinking this might be hard. But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it, otherwise this really will be where the trial ends. No pressure then. But enough preamble, proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel? Yes, my lord. Alright, Ryunosuke, is your mind now? Clearly, the key to the summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid, or should I say Miss Gary Deb. The book that disappeared from the Gary Deb's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand. Must be a way to link the 2. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Miss Geardub and how she reacts even to the things other people say. Alright, let's start with the most straightforward option.
Hold it!
But a little book was on fire at the time, was it not? With flames of love, I'll have you know. There's really no such thing as loving incendiary bomb. Well, he brought it upon himself, his playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree? Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Miss Geardub. Never you mind that. The point is we are just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime. Alright, well, we'll see about that, but what about juror number 5? Don't seem to be turning a hair at Miss Geardub's onslaughts. Almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is.
Hold it!
You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, him and me both then, like I said before. What? I told you already I'm day labor, aren't I? If I don't bring him some readied with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me, my missus isn't one mess bad. You know she can be fierce, believe me, me. I had a terrible thought, but I don't know. I don't know if that's what the game's trying to go for or not. Another shining example of marital bliss then. Situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember. Sorry? It's too frightening, that thing. I must have blocked it out. Helpful. I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the thing by his scarf. Don't even go there, Mrs. Sato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. I need to figure out what his name is by any means necessary.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? Last winter, my grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. And 75 candles on top it did. What a sight to behold it was. You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, of course. I think that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Nadhoro. And I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flame didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. Furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by sneezes, I presume you mean cold. But how did you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them. To watch her over me as they tried to put out the flames, and then because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows, clear it. The windows? The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave it did. I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in the hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. Something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the woman on the street, as well as he or she could have done it. Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternate explanation. Yes, I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions, just connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike. That's the spirit. He was left behind evidence that seen didn't he? Those 3 books of his. But as we now know, there are 4 books, not 3. And bye, you got that in play? Alright. Reaper, thanks for stopping on, boy, bye. And enjoy Deltarune. It is for today, for, you know, Deltarune moment. Oh boy. There's every possibility that 4th book in fact belonged to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's part I have a problem with. Sorry? Well, at the point the woman was sad, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Doing a fiery scrap with his wife or something, he said. That's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, and made point this fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. I think that's what you call a strong alibi. So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only needs the Nipponese fellow. Something I can't see what all this palaver's about. It's done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I've nothing witty left to say. So you might be willing to change your decision, you mean? Oh my, such a light on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I'm a very modern, metropolitan, rational woman. That's great. Yeah. One reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say? And not at all extreme. As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man had been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite 1 or 2 minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say? Overwhelmingly. But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one. I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could. Let's try our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady. Right, I'm glad you admitted rational there. And if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to crime if the window was closed, could it? But what about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. Don't know that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, you see. But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? No, it just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. Then what's the point in even having windows, huh? Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering. Oh, sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. Prove the window was open. But she's holding it. What is Naruhodo's thought process? I don't get it.
Hold it!
Alright. I'm gonna say this just now. I don't know how horribly this will age, but what if the note... Alright, what if the note for that one person was actually meant for him? And she wrote it, and she's having an affair with him, which is why he's used to it. And the whole thing about, you know, throwing the books and all that is just horrible projection.
Hold it!
Either that or he just has a really, really crazy wife himself, which I mean is very valid. Oh. That explains that. Winter house fires are dire. You have to open up the window, clear the smoke. That's when the chill gets you, you see.
Objection!
There we go. You two judge statements clearly contradict one another. They do. How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. What do you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up. You're number 3. Do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems thus, despite being a Londoner, he once opened up his window in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly! On day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Girdab household, and Mr. Girdab had following to say about it. The whole place is filled with smoke.
Oh my!
Alright.
Excuse me!
Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Girdab. Oh dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something to the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open up the window? What? I beg your pardon. What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught on fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Oh, alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire? Oh, you never stop stirring until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do so otherwise. Of course, I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruto. You've managed to establish that the window was open. Simply must have that added to Miss Girdab's formal statement. Alright, well we have 2 to turn, or at least 1 to turn.
Objection!
Oh wait. That didn't work. Okay, hold on. Okay, well... Alright, let's press then. Fourth book found at scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of damage. And the title of the book is Lion's Pride. Same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garedab told us he had been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. And then question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of Lion's Pride that he had been reading? I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. And unlike that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as well as, you know. I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it.
Excuse me.
What is it? Juror number 5. Know something. I remembered what it was. That memory I blocked out. Ah. I didn't do what this granny was saying. Brought it all back. Are you calling Granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Miss Garedab, or the maid, I'll have you know. Okay, the whole affair thing definitely is not the case. He just has a sucky life. With a sucky wife. So sorry for you, dude. Man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back from home from after work, like, I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day and I nearly died. There's a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the last of it, boy. Oh? Wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get words out, but I told her straight, I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear, stuck into the wall next to me. It did, about an inch deep. No words, just terror. I could smell it, you know, that god-awful stench of the Thames. I was gonna end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. And at point in time, I'm trying to make it this. When women lose their rags, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Now, Toto, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. No, I wasn't thinking that. And throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack using, or with honor, using a bow or the like. What, attack? Who are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think. Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. Alright, let's press. Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you. That's right, to chop and meat with it. Tidy edge on it, believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? It started with that smile she threw me when we were courting. Since then, the list of things she's thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. There's a cup, then glass, then a pot, then a kettle, then chair, then wardrobe, then a cooker, then a bathtub. Your wife must be even beefier than you'd throw a damn bathtub. And then came to that last week when she threw me right in Thames. Still, she's not so bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really. I'm so happy for you. You wanna know what I think? I think this whole idea of ladies first that we're so obsessed with in this country was thought up by some clever lads who'd been tossing things a few too many times by their wives. That's very interesting theory. What a terrible thought. On the face of it, this juror's statement just sounds like a really extreme anecdote. But I think it might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon, a weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation here.
Hold it!
At the point when the victim was attacked on Barry Road, we know there's a small house fire in the Gary Dub household on the opposite side of the street. Well, yes, it certainly seems that way. And on account of smoke, I imagine they would have had the windows wide open in spite of the cold. That is a tiny teacup she has. We also know that Miss Garrydub was throwing flaming books at her husband. Her husband, who was backed into a corner by the window due to his wife's frenzied attack. Yes, that's right. So there's definitely a chance that one of the books could have flown past the man and out the window. Only what? Only I can't really see how it could have gone all the way over to the other side of the road, that's all. Ugh, I don't really see how I can change my decision, really. Oh, I see. That wasn't enough? What is it going to take to convince these people?
Hold it!
Oh boy. So, do I want to pit these two?
Objection!
No.
Hold it!
Because he said they don't necessarily have to be contradictions. Window's already open, and Mrs. Garrett finally admitted, which very significant victory for the defense. I feel like facts aren't clear, and an alternative explanation to this case is starting to show itself. Is it?
Hold it!
Do I want to hit him with the one of the window stuff? Oh gosh, what do I do here? 'Cause this has to be really important. But who do I tell that to? There's no way that I meant to... There's no way that I meant to pit these two against each other. Right? 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 Considering what he said before... let's try it. Oh my god, that was it. Those two statements clearly have deep significant connection. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps... That this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that the fourth book, Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Gary Dubb's room on top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Gary Dubb household to the street below. Eh, what's that now? After all, Mrs. Gary Dubb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps you'd had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of the jury, I demand straight answer. You get this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what was it? I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. Oh no. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way to the Gary Dubb household, from the Gary Dubb household to the scene of crime was the jackknife. Juror number 4, Mrs. Gary Dubb. What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Ah, good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged in the victim's back, man. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Miss Gary Dubb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Gary Dubb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who had been backed up against the window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that the book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out of the window and crossed the street to land neatly in her hand? She could have picked it up, which then would have given the chance for the knife to go into her back. Huh? Even my missus hasn't got aim like that. Yes, I admit there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Ow. Mrs. Gary Dubb, your answer please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Is she gonna lie? She's not gonna lie, or if she is, well, nobody's gonna believe her. My lord, I would change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madame. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for the trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman, I'd have to agree. Not that I think the Granny didn't mind. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. We've bought time. We did it. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. So as a result of the defense's summation examination, number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided, and the trial will continue. Von Zeeks is about to objection us again, right? No. Now then, let Von Zeeks how does prosecution wish to proceed? The trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. But what follows is so repugnant and good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, the fence had just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? That your considered opinion, Foreman. The fence's argument is joker to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What is angled this time? It'll already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Gyaradev household, another wide street by a road. Between the distance from the Gyaradev house to scene is some, yes, 15 yards. Let me see, 15 yards. That's around 14 meters. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I'd imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen have very rightly noted as having portentous significance, the fourth book was found in victims' clutches. In other words, the smoldering book wantonly hurled by a lady of the house traveled some 15 yards. It lay on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the clasped victim's fingers and thumb. That your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? Oh boy. This fancy somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. Oh no. There's nothing I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Mrs. Sato, serialized detective stories are pathetic, aren't they? How dare he? Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead. Prosecution may consider the idea fantasy, but what the defense had postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court had duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Mr. John Gyaradev, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saint alive, cross-examination of a juror? Oh no. Order, order, order! Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand. And unnecessary. Lord Van Zeeks. There are already witnesses in stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth to it, then both a burning book and jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. We must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. What do you say, witness? Yes, sir! Constable Rolly Beeden reporting for duty, sir! Well, good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing off until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon. Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request. Oh. In order, the witnesses and stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events. Yes, sir! Witness testimony. This case had nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Gyaradev. Believe me, London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on top floor of the Gyaradev household are top hinge casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. So someone could have messed with the crime scene. She could have collapsed So she could have collapsed. Natsume runs, right? Patricia leaves. Rolly sleeps, and that leaves the crime scene completely free to be tampered with. Well, this is quite startling. Top hinged casement windows. That detail was not in police report, Constable. Yes. Sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. Can I excuse your sin with drowsiness every time, Constable? No, sir! Sorry, but what exactly is top-hinged casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Oh, of course. Sorry. I found it, Mr. Nadhoro. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Miss Gaydab's room. Alright, I'll try. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see. Ah. I'm glad you rectified your ignorance. The casement window's most prominent feature is its stay. A metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening? This is all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if book or knife were to have been thrown through an open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. No. Alright, so the theory that I'm going with then is, again, crime scene tamperance. The problem then, good, your education in Windows is complete. It's never over if being tech support has taught me anything. There's never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already. That can't be! Is that Raleigh, that young Japanese man just collapsed in agony? Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. Oh, how he crumbled before me. Oh, Raleigh, you're so strong. This happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Oh, good. Another desperate situation. Oh, no. Constable beat report.
Hold it!
Again, you say that for certain. Very good question, sir. And the answer is this. Another noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? Can't say I remember. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. It's what the job's all about. That is why I can't stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you a Bobby's good for his word while rubbing my tired eyes admittedly, sir. Oh, Raleigh, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, Raleigh. No. None of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Miss Gaydab? I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir. Yes, well, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of time then. Absolutely, sir. I'll answer to the fullest of my ability, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Miss Gaydab's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get to that, sir, just one thing. Yes? I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you. I'll try. A small folding wallet that identifies London bobbies and contains rules of conduct which they must adhere. Oh god. Item 1, a policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. So those are the principles, and the Metropolitan Police regulations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives.
Hold it!
By which you mean they don't fully open, is that correct? Yes, sir! They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see, so they're restricted as to how much they can open. If ever anything thrown out the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, let me mark the map. Here's the location where objects would have fallen. How many of these have been updated to be on the map? Almost none. Sad. Directly opposite of the scene of the crime on the other side of the rather wide road. Would have been so hard for somebody to mention this top hinged casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of window Mr. and Miss Gerard's house is furnished with? Ah, well, sir, that is very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Excuse me!
You have something to add, Miss Beat? Sorry. You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we are just so lucky it didn't happen on Raleig's beat. It was so close, you see. Oh, I hadn't realized. Oh yes, that Street Briar Road. That's the boundary between Raleig's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? That feels like an important detail. Constable Beat. Oh yes, that's right. That's the reason I'm helping out with interviewing of the occupants of the Garrett Dub household yesterday. That's it on my beat, you see. Ah, that really was cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garrett Dub household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Is that Mr. Garrett Dub's house? Yes, ma'am. Pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that. I just think if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of Bobby, after all. Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. You know what I think? I think it is good Lord's way of rewarding my Raleigh for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have the information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruto. I'll take care of it immediately. The pavement where the victim was found lies just outside Constable Beat's beat, and the border of which runs down the middle of Briar Road. And now it's my turn, I think.
Hold it!
Let's go back to here. You helped? In what way? Various members of the public were questioned in order to gather information about the case. That's right, sir. The sad truth is we're all overworked. Even though I wasn't under the jurisdiction of my own beat, I obviously wanted to help. I see. Well, thank you. Oh, is it my turn now?
Hold it!
But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark. Oh, but Raleigh and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star. Sorry? The star that will guide us to eternal happiness. Call it, or can't it guide you to answer the question? The flaming book had crowed across the sky in front of us. It would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Raleigh be an inspector, I would have said it 3 times at least. Of course, with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed sky before you? Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir. It certainly seems like they're telling the truth. Then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her.
Hold it!
Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? That's right, yes. If it had been on a release beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat. And nor can you know when every cardboard box will hit the ground. So Raleigh told me the way. Oh, I sort of got a little lost on the way. But you're my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, Pat, oh, Raleigh. Bad sense of direction? Oh, please. So I suppose I'd gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Raleigh was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir. To take my off-crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Nothing to report? That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. We already heard her testify against that. None of us approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can refer to that on Yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me, sir. This burnt copy of Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrett household, so the question remains, how did it find its way into the hands of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Could it be different copies, sir? Ones that just happened to be burnt as well? Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping book like that in her hand? As we can see from the photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. What's that? That book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. That's so. There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The 2 mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how the book ended up in her hand. I think someone tampered with the crime scene. Definitely. There's common thread. Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer, sir? Oh, yes, of course, what is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. What? I wasn't really, I mean, what is she doing? Please, just because I'm a woman doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? Yes, Miss Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes passive least resistance is the sage one. That was a very loud mutter. I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Raleigh won't. Only noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. Could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though. Miss Bede, nobody's questioning what you've told us. I saw it, I did. That evening I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with whiskers and funny curved back slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Raleigh. He gets ever so cross. Constable Beat! Is there a problem? Eh? Huh? No, sir. No problem, sir. Is your wife's remark not to bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir, yes, sir. I was just remembering that same thing happened that evening is all, sir. You mean Miss Bet lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine, but she's gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back in 10 minutes, but my darling was gone for a good 15. Oh, Riley, you're such a tease. But the reason I was gone so long was because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Really so romantic. He saved up for it with the farthings and he have pennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. Yes, how romantic. I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Oh, yes, but that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Billy, oh. What is that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruto, but I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. Miss Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while. You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back.
Excuse me.
I did not mean to do that. Oops. Alright. He doesn't have anything to add. Gosh. Alright, noted not to do that again. He's wide awake now then.
Hold it!
You dropped the bouquet at the scene of crime? Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset when we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Riley gave me. In a dark spot where the street lights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first. And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on? Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again, but the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably? That's right, silly me. I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time, I can't really think how I got there. I really can't. The bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. So the thought occurred to me that our constable here, he might have moved the body while she was gone to the other side. Maybe? I don't know. Isn't it? But the worst of it is I forgot to pick the bouquet back up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly bought me with that chain from the gutter he spent so long collecting. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose? Yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary with old bits of change you found in the gutter. You just call it a rose. Because Lord Van Zeeks, where did you come by the flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it is found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Gerdup household. Oh, in front of Gerdup's house? Although it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be no relevant to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Could I have it back now, please? So does that mean the body was moved? The stuff actually could have fallen down onto her. She could have grabbed, the book could have fallen, she could have grabbed the book, and then the knife could have fallen. I guess, I don't know. I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence. Oh, the anniversary bouquet had been entered into the court record. But it's symbol of our love. I want it back after trial. Do you hear me? I want it back. Good grief, rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget Miss Beats. Very stylish paper the flower's wrapped in, isn't it? It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruto. Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks exotic to me. Ah, I see. Something wrong? Oh, no. I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake. Ah, Shisada-san, you do love your cakes. English rose. It's such a beautiful flower. Ah, this is rose, isn't it? I haven't seen one before. Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruto? Wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least. 3? Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Perhaps you should consider branching out, learning some that aren't fruit tree based, for example.
Hold it!
Nothing to report. Well, Mr. Naruto, what do you make of all this? Yes, the whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along, but I believe I'm now starting to get a picture of what really happened here. Fourth book that had no business being at scene of the crime made me sure that Mrs. Gerda was hiding something from us. But it's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. Yeah! I think I may already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. This time, I'm going to expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair. Did I just use the warrant card? I don't know here. I get the idea, but I'm not entirely sure. We're just gonna try this, I guess? No. Pointing out that it was right on the edge isn't gonna work. I mean, we already had her report about how he did take his eyes off. Alright, give us something good for this. That is terrifying. I actually have no idea. No. What could this possibly be? What does the game want me to go after? That's the question. Cause I'm pretty sure that, you know, the stuff happened here and then it was moved over here, either by Constable Beat himself or someone else, because according to Patricia, he was conked the hell out. But then the body is moved over here. Oh god, I don't know, chat. I don't know. Again. What do I need to target? I could try targeting the bouquet. We could do something else. Did I press her on this? You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset when I ran over and thought it was a knife. I was shocked. I dropped the bouquet. Nowhere near the victim's body at all. I flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Just what could it be? What could it possibly freaking be? Gosh. Maybe I'll try the bouquet just because. Oh god, I don't know, chat. I think wait a minute. Nothing strange. The bouquet. Yeah, it would be the bouquet. That's the strange thing. You should have freaking picked up on that. You claim, Constable Beat, that there's nothing to report in 15 or so minutes that you're guarding the scene. But that cannot be. What do you mean say? In your testimony just now, Mr. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime and the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection.
Yes, on the opposite side of the Fire Road where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, a single sorry bloom can't be so described. No doubt it is blown in the wind across the street back to the gutter where it belongs.
Objection.
Speaker! If that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to that fact? No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me, it had nothing to do with the case. That's why I really didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Miss Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garridub's book. Mr. Garridub's copy of the Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here on the scene of the crime on this side of the street, but in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Miss Garridub's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. There we go. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says, wittering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh good, Mrs. Garridub's come round. I'd call it nitpicking, Miss Garridub. But deliberately meddling with scene of crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tempering, Mr. Nadhoro. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection.
Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tells my learned friend. Who would possibly have the cause carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there's someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening, although evidence and testimony points to that one particular person. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? In order to get the thing off his butt, because of how overworked he was, it had to have been Constable Beat. Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable O'Reilly Bet! It was you! What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard? What nonsense? Why would my Raleigh do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London. Unfortunately for you, Patricia, this is Pride Month. Nobody's gonna be straight at by the end of this. That is the stupidest thing I think I've said on stream, and I said a lot of stupid stuff, but that takes the cake. Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. 15 minutes that you're absent from scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it. You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it. If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it. Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Miss Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Ugh, well.
Objection!
First you make accusations about landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scenes were tampered with, but there's only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something. That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything tied? It doesn't make sense. We offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable Beat had very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's key to this entire affair. Mr. Naruto, have you managed to solve this mystery? Constable, you have made a very serious accusation against London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you'll now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? I pray on the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know. That's certainly what everyone had been led to believe, but in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is saying no, my Nipponese friend. First we got Nga, and now he has Spirit of Justice. Undyne is really active today. Where are you proposing crime actually took place that evening? Well, obviously. But that's on the opposite side of the road. I don't understand. On the evening in question, Mr. Gardev's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Miss Beaton, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of crime itself. Good gracious! Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground when you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid. That was actually on the west side of Briar Road. No, that's not true. It can't have been. Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print. The victim herself, 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing. What? What did he overlook? The bouquet, I presume. Exactly. Prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek said it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay. where the street lamps cast no light. Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously, which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in a trivial position on pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is a defensive theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond, Constable Rowley Beat? He's gonna bug us about motive, right? Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Royley, it isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Well. The thing you know, he's gonna say on the meat bone. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly. Hold there. What on earth is the meaning of all this? Oh, really? Why would you do something like that? Moving corpses is a criminal offense, isn't it? Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about this. For damaging the yard's reputation for everything. I have a possible explanation for why on that particular evening Constable Bed felt compelled to move scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet, Lord Van Zeek, it is the foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you'd better show some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are all the same, and I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's action. What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? The warrant card. I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I've only just arrived from Japan. Which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that the honorable patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, always looking after citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal too each day, certainly. But for Constable Bet, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of this bouquet, my lord. Oh yes, it was our very first wedding anniversary. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford the simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Miss Bet stumbled upon crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog clouds on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind? But just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Miss Beat puts up with a lot being married to a body like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Ah, Constable Beat. Is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said is alright. So that's it? It is all to do with the boundary of your beat? Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious, Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. I ran over the scene as I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where his victim was lying, and what it meant for me. When crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did it have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? The copper job to guard scene of crime, so I told Patchy to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. But then when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. You'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Mersham Street, then... I'm sorry. So sorry. Oh, Constable. I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Rolly. Just that one night. You knew that if Vincent was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. So you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just cross the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. You see, I thought, well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon? Oh, of course he did. Otherwise my Rolly would never have left the poor woman in freezing cold pavement. Ah, I see your meaning now. But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh no, Raleigh, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Raleigh. And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? Oh, 4 it was, yes, definitely 4. Here's them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Gary Dub household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? When I first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book, so when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You're sure it was this book-lined pride that the victim was holding? Oh yes, sir, no doubt about it, sir. Interesting. Book entitled Lion's Pride that was first in victim's hand when Mrs. B first ran over to see what happened. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time. You see, there are only the 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lord? Yes, Lord Van Zieks? Here's the thing, it doesn't change our position. Unfortunately. I believe that concludes cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir. Mr. the prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him? For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning for him to come home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. Alright then, my love. One last thing, Constable. Huh? Let's be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes. Yes, sir. Drive that lesson into your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Huh? Never again, sir, you mean to say? Leave now. The trial is not yet over. Sir! Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of translating an entire scene of a crime like that? Indeed, my lord, nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could have possibly committed this crime. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there's someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. Blood Von Zeeks, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection for the trial continuing. The other person has to be John Gary Deb.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again, my assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it is imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Miss Joanne Gerdeb. Me? Oh dearie me.
Objection!
That request has already been denied. But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Gerdeb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of this incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Gerdeb. In the course of an argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear up the smoke from the room, your husband opened up a window that looks over Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he is cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking pane of the open hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly below, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Gary Depp. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? Oh. I don't recall it. Yeah, she's gonna lie. Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there and all that regalia said members of jury needn't testify. Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4. Oh, damn. Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madame, let the truth come out. But that's just common over garden knife. It could come from anywhere. We have several knives like that at home. Well, if one went missing, how do you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Mrs. Gerdeb? Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that it injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist it being my fault. You're gonna have to prove to me that I threw the knife if that's what you think. Do your worst. Well? Well, Mr. Naruto, if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror. Oh. The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Von Zeeks. I'm going to have to testify. Juror number 4, as I'm sure you will appreciate having observed with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware. Oh dearie me. So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garadab. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. That's what I'm hoping for, my lord. It's time for the final act, chat. There's such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Witness, state your name and occupation. Yes, my name is John Garadab, and I'm, well, I'm a juror and such like. Sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or maid or whatever anymore. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters on this case. Do you understand, madame? Yes, my lord. You'll testify to record everything that took place in your household the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh dear me. Enough, Johnny. Nothing to worry about now. Damn. Miss Garadab. No, you're supposed to obey me. File the juror's defense in the prosecution. I think that's worthy. You're supposed to obey me to file the juror's defense in the prosecution. Alright, well with that, I think I need to go on another break, honestly. Give my voice a bit of rest, get some more water. And so we can then finish this case off very, very strong. Because we must be near the end. We have to be near the end. Right? So with that, thank y'all so much for watching so far. I'll be gone for 10-15-ish minutes. That's usually how it is. While I made some match will play, but those are just to get rid of pre-rolls, and you won't be missing any action, so I appreciate the understanding. And you probably won't be missing any metal pipes either. And with that, I will talk to y'all again very, very soon. We are back. And we are ready to finish off this case. Alright, Rube, give your spoiler-free thoughts on the new Doctorune stuff. Chin up, Johnny. Nothing to worry about now. Oh my god, he's here. Most fun 10 hours you've had in a while. That is awesome to hear. I didn't know you were here, John. Wasn't only in the room that day old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to touch that well, don't you think? But what about your knee, dear? Don't worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not sort of chap to leave a comrade to face a disciplinary action alone. Oh, John. I presume you are Mr. John Gary Deb? Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. I've seen my fair share of action now, living in the quiet life, as it were. Quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Ah, well, yes, quite. Highly, this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You'll recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the day of the instant, or at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once. Witness testimony. The Battle of Caradab. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't really recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though and got the window open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I noticed if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. That bally thing in victim's back really was one of ours. You'll have a job proving it, I think. Sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. There's been nothing identifying. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. Then we caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but dig in and take defensive measures. Be honest, if then we had kept shelling us up for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Well, if that metal pipe is anything to go off of, certainly. I must say, I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. Combat won't focus there such that surroundings are barely noticed. And these witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Take from your spoilers for now. Just saying, anyone, no matter who it is, who spoils the Deltarune for anyone, I don't care who it is, there will be no mercy. Yeah, too soon music. We're not that close to the end of the case. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they've testified already. This may be a dead end. Mendics may well be right. Well, whatever the chances, we only had this last cross-examination to uncover the truth in Naruto. Yes, I'm afraid so. Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination. Again, Neko. Just saying. I stand by. You gotta be quicker at swallowing your own son playing chapter, just swallow it before you. No mercy till anyone. Turns out the Delta people. Damn. Anything but Delta. After Zero Escape, I don't want to see anything that is that at all. Sunday, you're referring to the wife, and I did have a bit of skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Gary Depp. Rather passionate note, in fact. But Mr. Gary Depp found the note discovering her husband's little secret, and she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too. What a sordid state of affairs. Hell on earth. I say when a chat says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not drag it up. Besides, half of it was so wide off the mark anyways. A likely story. These waters run very deep. And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face? Knocked candlestick over and set fire to carpet. Soon had it out though and got the window open. It also spread some items of furniture, didn't it? The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine really. Just happened there's some vast water around that evening, so I sloshed that all about to put it out. A most precarious situation you put yourself in. It is a 3-story town, a house that on the west side of the street where the water main isn't connected yet. You have to draw water from public water pump during the day if you need any, you see. Lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although that little mustache Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, he receives a stipend for studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off. Have you actually seen the state of the man? I believe he uses all of his income to buy books. Well, anyways, point is I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Even though the room was on fire? As far as I was concerned at the time. It is more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. That's most certainly not true of a Susato takedown, Mr. Naruto. How did she know I was thinking that? So please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife amongst the items you threw at your husband that day? They would never admit it. Honestly, I don't recall, but I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, cabbage, garlic, towel, sponge, napkin.
Excuse me.
You have something to add, sir? Mr. Gary Dub! Don't shoot! Sorry, I beg your pardon. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, all the fire poker I seem to recall. Ouch. The woman's aim is uncanny. She landed direct hit with every ball. Good grief, we're not at home now. This court of law. Oh dear me, ever so sorry, dear. What's she even doing with the teapot in here? Honestly, John, I never would have thrown such things at you, obviously. Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened, huh? Your pipe, sir. I had the thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her quote-unquote soft projectiles. She did, yes. And when I went fixing up, it was broken in two. I like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. I see your pipe was broken. We don't have broken pipes here. I would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. See, they don't break all that much. I've managed to band thing up for now. You are the one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? I wonder what I should make of this count. It could be important. Defense believes Mr. Gary Dev's remarks now to be of great significance.
Objection!
This war veterans' words only tell us one thing. Betray fiery wife and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Veteran implies existence of Omega, Alpha, and Beta runes. That's what Toby Fox is gonna tell next time. Don't worry, Neko. That cardboard broke since it already dropped a few times. I gotta replace it now. Don't worry. I got flex tape to fix it. And flex tape always works. Judgmental wisdom perhaps but hardly worthy of adding to a formal testimony. Indeed, common sense one might say. Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Huh? Well, I don't see why not. Just don't drop it. I hear there's some people quite obsessed with dropping pipes as of recently. Oh dear me, there you go again. I'm trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady. Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. Mr. Gary Dub's pipe, apparently it fell to the floor during a domestic dispute he had with his wife, and it broke. Hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruto. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Sada-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there. Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think. I'll turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. A small piece of metal looks like it might be the tip of a knife blade. It's stuck inside the bowl of Mr. Gary Dub's pipe. Even though pipes break. This looks wooden to me. There's a small nick out of the bowl here. Look, it appears to have been made relatively recently. Yeah, there are little scrapes and dents all over it. It's clearly a well-loved pipe. Yes, you're right. Indeed, me recently, that being well-loved goes hand in hand with getting some battle scars. This particular nick is catching my eye though, because it's clearly new. With textured blue steel. In the Victorian era. I mean, I guess it's possible, but I don't know about that. Look to be in sorry state of that bandage around it, doesn't it? But for some reason it feels slightly ominous to me, like it's trying to shout a warning. Probably because of the same blue as Mr. Gary Dub's dressing gown. I suppose it must have a considerable sentimental value to Mr. Gary Dub. Given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this. Either that or he can't afford to replace it. This is a tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Gary Dub's pipe. It looked like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade? Is something wrong, Mr. Naruto? I don't really know. There's just something niggling at me, but I can't quite put my finger on what it is. Because in that case, it would be wise to examine some other piece of evidence. I never noticed anything like that, though. Never mind. I guess I never noticed the end there. Look here, Mr. Naruto, and look at just the tip. Small piece of blade appears to be missing. Wait, part of it is missing. I could be wrong, but I've got a feeling. You remember this? Oh, that's tiny fragment of metal that we found inside Mr. Gary Dub's pipe. Yes, and now just maybe. Oh my, it's a perfect fit. Somehow I just knew it. Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Gary Dub. Now if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim? Presumes exists to anything else is fair game. You're not entirely wrong. Indeed, night around in our place can't say notice if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. Sorry, would you care to elaborate? Nothing to say, really. Rather than partial to a spot of carving, you see. Pipes and whatnot. Fishing tackle, you know, sort of thing. The Passion Reva's chair, I like to carve little wooden trinkets too. And there's my leather work. I'd say we're always losing knives about the place, and we have dozens of the things. They sell them at the market, sometimes 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snap them up. John prefers to use the 2 knives at meal times too, instead of a knife and fork. Now, John, we don't want people thinking I'm some kind of savage. Ah! Yep, 1 chapter too soon. Here we go again with the scalding. Why are they being so evasive? I imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim. Well, too bad. Life is cruel, ain't it? Which is entirely understandable, of course, but still. See, the question is, how the heck did a knife fragment get stuck in his freaking pipe? Go on with your testimony, witness. There. That Valley thing in Victimback really was one of ours. You'll have a job proving it, I think.
Hold it!
You have no intention of admitting it as your knife unless we can produce proof? Even though there's no other credible possibility of Mr. Natsume's innocent? You forget, my Nipponese friend, that it has yet to be established that the accused is not responsible for the attack. And if I could forget. If only there's some way to know who handled the knife, but I suppose wizardry like that just a dream. Gosh, you're thinking of fingerprinting, Mr. Naruto. What, you mean it's not a dream? That's where wizardry really exists? Whenever people touch anything, they leave behind a unique pattern from their skin, or so they say. But I can't see anything. There are already countries in the world where these so-called fingerprints can be used as evidence. Lord Strongheart is currently discussing the matter at the Ministry of Justice. Yes, I believe we are rapidly approaching an era of scientific methods and of investigation. But for now, we shall have to find an alternative method of proving our assertion. That is, that this knife found in the victim's back was originally in Mr. and Mrs. Gary Depp's house. If only I could transplant this whole incident to several years in the future. That's the extent of their testimony, is it? What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Well, I think we've heard all this before, to be honest. Can't I'm particularly confident that we'll be able to prove anything new from this testimony. But in this cross-examination, it's absolutely essential that we establish how this knife came to be at the scene of the incident. Yes, I know. Sure, both of them must be feeling very worried. Worried that, that it was in fact a knife belonging to one of them that caused the victim's injury. If we could find an even tiny shred of evidence to support that theory, it would clinch this trial for us. That would explain everything. Yes, it would. So for Soseki-san's sake, we must find that last crucial piece of evidence. Alright, so oops, I did not mean to do that last one. Hold on. I think we just objection his last one. Take that! Mr. Gary Depp, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? Can ask, but I can't see a bally thing. You can't? It's a call me Dead-Eyed Dev back in the regiment, of course, but that is some time ago now. And I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. Oh, he does, dear me. It's rather worrying being asked about every other letter and every other word. Must D very dusty. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal. Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Gary Depp's pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got in there. What precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Council? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? Here we go. I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth in this case, my lord. You appear rather confident that an extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly revealed the truth of this entire case? The jackknife! This is a knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you'll see that there's a small piece at the tip of the blade that's missing. Common issue with inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim. No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is a very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Gaydub's pipe. Good grief, Lord Van Zeeks? I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh. Order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? There's no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle? So Van Zeeks finally figured it out, has he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord, the crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Gaydub's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. Other thing in my hand, as usual, at the time of the onslaught, knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did, yes. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh dearie me. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Gaydub flung this knife at her husband. However, actually, did they ever fix the knife? I'm curious. No, they didn't. Okay. However, the knife missed Mr. Gaydub instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord. Yes, and that's when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside of Mr. Gaydub's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1. And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. In short, this knife which fell from the window of the Gaydub's house is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back of the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh no!
Objection!
Oh no. Yeah, Ace Attorney moment. Full-bodied theory, I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create a most passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sorry? But after all, it's just a theory. A bottle theory. The bottle, I fear, is a cork. Because you see, it's spoilt by an insurmountable inconsistency. Insurmountable? What? He's gonna talk about how it struck the victim's back when the victim should have been standing upright. And then we're gonna point out how she probably was picking up the book, and so the knife then fell and stabbed him. Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? Inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her... Ah! That's right, you silly little man. Now, old thing, what are you getting excited at for? Let's consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. The knife that struck her had fallen from above. There's no possible way it could have been planted. It could have planted itself in the victim's back. The answer's so obvious. Order, order! Quite right. You see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fell from above, it would have struck her on top of her head. Well, he's lost for words, look. I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place. I don't know, though, what really did happen. It would appear the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder. Theory has even one inconsistency it cannot stand, says the prosecution. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. We were so close I could see the truth. I'm so sure we are on the right track, but now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and our theory will stand. Mr. Sato, you mustn't worry, Mr. Naruto. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there. It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Alright. Hello everyone, welcome to today's sponsor, the British Court Justice System. As you know, this is the greatest justice system in the entire world. Nothing even comes close, featuring revolutionary tactics such as the juror system, throwing bottles of, or chalices full of wine at not only lighting fixtures but also the public gallery, and even having slight amounts of racism towards anyone who is not in fact British. Only the best courtroom that you could possibly ask for here in the finest country that you could possibly ever visit and come to know. Oh, this is so stupid. You have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed. Objection! This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test! Yes! If the knife fell from above, there's no way that could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel? There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. Yeah, already have the answer. Hunter madness. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence by which you speak. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece of the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. I mean, I already know what it is, but I want to make sure I don't get the wrong piece of evidence or whatever. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is the second crime scene photograph. This, the fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The burnt book. That not Mr. Garydubb's book. Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all know now, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. That's true, however. As part of his testimony, Constable Bede made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it, sir. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand, sir. In other words, the victim had already picked up the book by her own volition, and clearly that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd be doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? By Jinko! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh dearie me. We know that book fell from the top floor of the Garrida household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment, the young woman was walking along streets in light fog, and all of a sudden, a book fell right on in front of her. The book I threw. Yes, Mrs. Garrida, and what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? Well, I can't really imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down. There we go, and picked up the book. Yes, that's exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book. Oh heavens. Should have looked up first, SMH my head. You know she was a Team Fortress 2 player because she didn't look up. Really, it's her fault. And when the woman reached down to pick up the fallen book, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky completely and utterly defenseless. Then in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, next object fell from the room above, the jackknife straight into the middle of her back. And at the same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Well, I never appeared to Mr. Natsume. That the woman simply collapsed on the floor in the darkened fog. He didn't see the knife falling on her from above. Oh. And from the other direction, the constable and wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. Though there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, there's nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case! Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garrida, the very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that. There, old bean. Poor Miss Garrida. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw the knife as well. John, dear. It's alright. I know. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry! Aww. But he tried. Good effort, good effort. 8 out of 10. His posture could have been a bit better. Lord Van Zeeks, what is news of Miss Garrida? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events have left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she'll recover in due course. There's no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There's some good news, however, my lord. I've just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she'll regain consciousness soon. Strange, we've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never even once met her. How wonderful. This woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. So, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I'd like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I'm sure that woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. But she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in fog like they're haunting me. Poor Soseki-san, his imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man. So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help! For a doctor! For the police! Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires, and for that I am truly sorry. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by the spirit and led to false conclusions, but thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. Concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your finding to the court? As the foreman of the jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion. I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know, but I know what her decision would be. Does it mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, about time. I say, I'll have a co-worker of a story telling the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman!
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Very well, Mr. Soseki Natsume, I hereby pronounce you not guilty. I was honestly half expecting an objection. Purify will finally be free. Finally, it took him so long to get his work. And finally, Papyrus, Mr. Natsume. Yes, Lord Sir. You are now a free man once more. It's my hope that you'll continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. Oh yes, sir. Of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm 1042 tears. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. 20th of February, 3:17 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, locum. Wait, you mean me? Of course! Is there any other locum here? There even one? Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruto Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, at last I'm free, I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation! Hearty, hearty happiness, hurrah! Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted. Would it be so hard to just say that then? Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink! Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. Oh, no, not that! Lovely, loyal Locum lawyer! Yes? I mean, as I said before, I've never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. From high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback. Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. But today, you locum lawyer gave me gloom in the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench for all those battling British. You battled to the bitter and laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, behold the best barrister ever born! Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what's to become of all my hard work? Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. God damn it. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. Oh, Mr. Shulms, what a pleasure to see you. What when the bricks look down on you? Those bricks have eyes. When I set the starting soon music to this song, I didn't think it would be relevant, or rather, I hoped it wouldn't. I see I'm here, not a moment too soon. A disaster had been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh. The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck. It's just finished. What? No, then my haste was in vain. Ah, it's you. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, have we met, sir? This is Mr. Natsume, the man you arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming. This is all your fault, Herlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I've placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Ah. Had she been taken to hospital more urgently, I feel proud she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind now then. What was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless! Oh, I am sorry, but that is quite priceless. Oh, poor Soseki-san. I could never forget Sholmes. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there's no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after all this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper! Ah, Lord Von Zeeks. I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're not found guilty, you're still doomed. It will all be alright, Mr. Natsume. Huh? The Reaper appeared trying to make trouble. I'll protect you. Hiya! Oh my god. With the perfectly executed Susanoo takedown. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Mrs. Sato. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan? Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. That's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse. That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more the strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. Work of literature by Soseki-san. Could it be an interesting read? And what about Mrs. Sada and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? Why would we? A week had not yet passed since we arrived in London, and only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet. And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room? But what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with the floor, ceiling, and walls. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the cursed evil spirit. Oh, mine evil spirit. Oh yes, it tried to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. Well, think about it if that's alright. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Oh, no. Really? Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself, though it's up to in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning up the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of? Oh, this is simply wonderful! What an honor! Be invited to taking lodgings at the great detective's office's attic! 3 or 4 walls. I'm probably gonna guess 3, based on the state of that room. I'm too overcome for words. So suggesting we look elsewhere at then. Then it's settled. I will prepare a welcome dinner this evening, and you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you and yes. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long. But he's happy. Welcome. I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume, it's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I could come to realize that I belong in Japan, but Locum, we'll meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. Hopefully by then I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. Sholmes coming in clutch, I can't deny that at all. And so, with Soseki-san's instance successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. Huh. 20th of February, 4:41 p.m., the attic room. So this is to be our new office, yes? Our office? I rather like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Cosma. It's only a small step, but I think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, how do you like the place? Okay, without his coat and all that, he actually looks kind of dapper, not gonna lie. Yes, Mr. Sholmes, yes, thank you so much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We'll have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. Alright then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid. So, Mr. Naruto, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? Very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventure awaits us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. There's a gif of the punching animation exclusively for Sholmes in this type, but not for the other one. For some reason, it's so annoying. Please post that in my Discord server because I need it. But yeah, this attire, damn, he looks good in it. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. With the brightest of lights. Cast the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So, once again, Mr. Naruto. Welcome to London. Of course, at the time, I had no idea the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long until before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. To be continued. I guess, end. Same difference. Oh boy. The adventure of the unspeakable story. Investigation. Well, with that, thank you all so much for watching. That is the perfect time to be ending stream, because what a wild ride. We finally have it. Alright, let's see this gif. Alright, that's a pretty good gif. Thank you for that, Rube. Congrats on beating the tutorial. I don't like the implications of that, but I guess we're just gonna have to see next week. Because episode 5 is the final episode of the game, as far as I'm aware. And it's sure to be the most convoluted one of them all. So thank you all so much for joining me on this journey so far. That was chaotic and just insane. The amount of coincidences to have that happen definitely makes it a very crazy tale to try to piece together. But hey, Natsume was fine, and I hope he doesn't die, because I don't want him to die. He's cool. Do I want anyone else to die? But I feel like something like that's gonna be happening. We have the whole mystery with Zeke's and who knows what else. You give for warning now, unless I stretch it, my streams a lot, I'll probably not complete the last chapter in just 2 streams, just so I know for planning and such. I kind of got that impression, especially since Case 4 took me 2 pretty beefy streams. Like 9 hours of streams to really get through. So yeah, I don't think I'll make sure to plan accordingly. I'll take stopping points when I get them. And there's 9 persons, 9 evidence presented. That's the Zero Escape Ace Turning crossover we need. Seriously. Oh boy. Seriously, what a journey. This game's been great. It's been a bit slow, but I've liked a lot of what they've done with it. It's really made it stand out. I'm really looking forward to it though, and I will in fact be live again with this game 1 week from now, because I'm streaming it every Wednesday. So true, Alfies. I'll be live again this upcoming Friday with Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition. We are approaching the end game of the original story. Probably aren't gonna finish it that stream, but we'll see. Maybe I'll try to get it said and done so that we can move on next week. And because this Saturday we are going to be changing up schedule, and in honor of my original what happened originally back 2 freaking years ago, and because of the recent release, we are going to be starting Deltarune Chapter 3. So do stay tuned and look forward to all of those. And with that, I don't have any other announcements or anything. I think we're just gonna find someone to trade out to. I think I know who to trade out to. Don't I haven't been able to trade out to for a bit, but they are very cool. Actually, who do I wanna... Ooh, I have a couple options. Yeah, let's read out to this person. Deltarune jump scare. Oh, you know it, Rube. Alright, without any further ado, we are going to be rating out to the one, the only, Picklice. Very rad streamer who is doing an art stream right now. Just doing some doodles, it seems. Also, very, very big Pikmin fan. If Pikmin's up your alley, definitely go make sure you check him out. Of course, we have the lovely, lovely raid messages, both for subs and non-subs. Have a good day, night, morning, evening, dark hour, whenever it may be for you. And I'll see y'all again this Friday for Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition, and the next day for Deltarune Chapter 3. Bye-bye! Oh no, Rube. You should probably chuck that lobster. You never know if it's been made in a bomb factory. Alright, goodbye for real now.